Hey everyone. Hi Moni G. Thanks for being here. And M Spire stopped by to say hi and went to bed. As she is 12 hours ahead. Poor thing is always going to sleep when I'm going live. But I appreciate her stopping by. And Scott, thank you as always for being here. My mod is always here putting my links in the chat. So I want to say thank you. So today we are going to get back into Jennifer McCabe's testimony. Of course, I had everything pulled up and ready to go, and my internet went crazy again, which is why I'm a few minutes late. I do not know why I have these issues, considering Scott was gracious enough to give me information to test my internet. Hey Nefarious, how are you? How are you guys doing today? Scott has helped me a lot with computer things. He's helped me get my desktop working except for the internet. So he also gave me this website that tests your internet speed. My internet speed is over 1,000. So according to him, it's really good. I don't know why I still have these issues. Have no clue. It's not like I live, I live in a city. I live in a very small apartment complex. I am on the second floor. I don't know if that makes a difference, but it's just weird. Anyways, so while I pull up Jen McCabe's testimony from trial 2, is there anything else of note today? Because I have not been on the internet much today. I've been working on some other things. I started watching Baker this morning and briefly fell asleep, so I missed the end of it. He didn't stream very long. And then last night I was in Baker's chat waiting for him to get started. Left a comment for him saying, can't wait. It was like 26 minutes still to go before his stream got started. And I was, passed out way before the 26 minutes ended. So I missed his entire stream last night. So if there's anything of note that you guys want to go over before we get into Jen McCabe, let me know. Jen, yep, that's the one. I know a lot of other people have gone over what happened yesterday with Turtle Boy's hearing. Basically kicked the can down the road, as always. So not much to go over there besides the fact that 5150 showed up at court trying to emulate Karen Reed in the light blue suit. I thought that was pretty telling of her behavior and the kind of person she is. But that's for another day. What else? Rex Heuermann, which is what Baker was going over. I do know that, pled guilty, which I'm actually surprised about considering the type of personality and person that he is. I'm surprised. However, maybe he just finally admitted defeat. But most people like that would go through the trial anyway. So, not sure. I have to look into more of the info on that, considering I did fall asleep listening to what happened. Although I do know, I think, didn't they say there was no cameras allowed in the courtroom to get his statement that was basically on reports and pictures. So it's not like there was a video camera videotaping the whole entire, hearing. I think that was the case. If I'm wrong on that, let me know. What else is there? Oh, that was another thing. I was going to go over the other night. Our psych night was, I did read the entire Justin's motion, and I was already disgusted by the breakdown of it. Reading that entire thing was unnerving. But I'm thinking I will do a different stream on that kind of stuff and my opinions, because I could sit here probably and talk for the next 2 hours about that 50 whatever page document that he submitted, which is absolutely insane, in my opinion. Moni G says, just makes me think there's so much more that Rex is not sharing. He's a scary, creepy monster. Yeah, I agree. He is very creepy looking. What do you think of that bowl cut he had going on in court? And the shiny bald attorney he had. I kept making the comment that shiny bald attorney belonged in Massachusetts with the shiny bald detectives. But no one caught on to that. I guess they didn't think it was as funny as I did. But I agree with you, Moni, that there's got to be something that we don't, as the public, don't know, because men like that don't concede. They don't. Look how long he's fought thus far. And now, kind of the way Brian Koberger did. I still, to this day, believe that Brian Koberger has something else that he was afraid would come out in court, and that's why he finally decided to plead guilty. And I have the same belief with this Rex Hewerman, because these men like this do not concede. Somewhere deep down, they still feel like they can pull the shit out of their ass. They feel like they're smarter than everyone else. And they will be like that until their dying breath, unless there's something that forces their hand. So I'm probably going to be digging into that today, I'm sure. Oh, the behavior panel did the Hawaii case today? Oh, okay. I wish I knew the people from the behavior panel, because I would love to go over what they said. But I don't like taking people's content unless, like, they say it's no problem, like Fervent and Rat House Media on their music. I always ask if it's okay. I don't like just, and Turtle Boy, he doesn't care. Even Will the Glare, I hold back a little bit because I don't want to just be sniping people's content. But the behavior panel, I would definitely be interested in what they had to say. Let me see. Oh, they're premiering it right now. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to do that because it's live. No. I might have to look it out. I'll look at, yeah, exactly, Moni G. I'll check it out and maybe give my opinion when we go over that case, because I actually plan on this week doing because I dived in to a little bit more of the Koenig trial last night because he was found guilty. For those of you who may know of the case but didn't know the verdict came in, the Koenig trial from Hawaii, he was accused of attempted murder by throwing his wife off a cliff, bashed her in the head, required 30 some odd stitches, and then claimed self-defense because she was grabbing his testicles. I mean, oh my God. So I did dive into it a little bit yesterday's stream. If you missed it, I had Lacey from Criminally Confident on my show yesterday. She was extremely gracious to come on my show, extremely nice. And I just, again, want to give her a shout out. She is amazing. We had a great conversation yesterday, and I look forward to having her again. But she gave us a little bit of insight onto how she felt watching this trial. And I dug into a little bit more of it last night after waking up and realizing Baker was already over. So I do have quite, as I always do, have quite some opinions about that matter. So I was thinking, besides my daily Karen Reed stream, normally Thursday nights I do my crispy treat and Scarlet spill some tea. I'm still waiting on her response for our stream tonight. I'm not sure if she's available. Her work schedule varies. Plus she mods for quite a few channels. So if she's not available, I'm thinking that I might do a late night stream tonight on all other things true crime, in my opinion, including Rex Huerman, 5150, and the Koenig trial, and maybe some others. I did also listen to some of the appeal of Diddy today. I did not watch the full Diddy trial. I did watch the highlights with the lawyer so I was somewhat up to date on what was going on there when the trial was underway. But I have not really caught up with it. Baker sent us over to Catnut Williams after his stream this morning to the appeal. And so I found myself listening for quite some time to that as well. So I made some notes, as I always do. And I'm thinking that if it doesn't work out for tonight, if Crispy Treat and I do our weekly Spill the Tea, that I'm going to figure out another night to do a regular streaming. There's going to be my psych night, my Spill the Tea night, and then one other night I'm going to just do my opinions on all things true crime besides Karen Reed. So stay tuned for that. Mary B, what's up? Hey, if anyone is here and doesn't know, Mary B has a live today at 4:30. You're still going on live, Mary B? Before I announce it to the world, although you did already post it. So I always look forward to those. When I'm streaming, I can't go to your lives, but I always check them out later. I know she's only done a couple, but they've been great. So please check her out. Charlie Ray, hi, how are you? How are you guys doing today? You sure are. Okay, so if for any reason someone is here and hasn't subscribed to Mary B, please do. She's got a live today at 4:30, and she's been doing great on those. Let's show her some support. So with that being said, I got Jen McCabe being pulled up just now, so bear with me a moment. Shut up, Auntie Bev. Every time I started trial 1, it was Lally's voice that came on. And this time it's Canoni. So I just say, shut up, Auntie Bev, instead of shut up, Lally this time. All right. Where did we leave off? We left off in direct yesterday. And this is where we have just under an hour of direct left. And then we get into the cross. Yes, we love Mary B. Thank you, Claire Bear, for being here. We love you, Mary B. Oh, what the hell? There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
He's back. Already starting up his antics, but
yes, I
he
have.
secretly loves
familiar with
Mary
his
B.
driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit
Hi,
6.
Zach.
Do you
Thanks
recognize
for
that
being here.
Yes, I do.
photo? And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the 2 garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10.
Did you come in the breezeway doors, Zach?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you the marked Exhibit 11. You recognize it in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the...
I gotta remind myself to pause. I know I talk over it a lot, but I do have to say one thing that I said yesterday, in case you weren't here yesterday. Watching since I've started trial 2, again, I truly feel as I'm watching it through different eyes. I mean, it does make sense because when I first watched it, I had no idea who anyone was. I didn't know the history here. I didn't know the accusations, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even know who Turtle Boy was when this trial very first started. So watching it now with all the knowledge that I have, and now having watched trial 1, I see it in a completely different light. And yesterday I kept thinking about what it would have been like to be a juror on trial 2, especially not knowing who any of these people are, not knowing until someone mentioned it in the trial that there was a previous trial that obviously led nowhere because she wouldn't be on a second trial if the first one had gone anywhere with it. And I truly, like, even though I see clips from this trial on a regular basis, it's the same clips and over and over and over again. So I find myself truly intrigued watching this again, in full, especially seeing the complete 360, not even a 180, 360. The trial is so different from trial 1. It's crazy to me, not to mention each witness that testifies in trial 1 versus trial 2. Prime example, Jen McCabe, like, she took a Xanax before this trial or something, because her behavior and her demeanor is completely different than trial 1 as well. I don't know if you guys feel that way too, but I see it completely different. And I find that really interesting.
House at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go past Bella's house, the Bella Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, police is court line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
All right, you're in Canton. Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton Police. You call them. You're connected to Norwood, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, it's the tower. That's right. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead.
Not my friend, not a cop.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to transfer on the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know.
Oh, another
Where
thing
are the blankets?
I do have to point out too, even though I heard this watching the trial too, the first time, when you start to really grasp, instead of just taking it in just one time, when you start to really grasp what she says in that 911 call, which I did go over a couple weeks ago, the actual 911 call, and you think about how she likes to portray John as this great friend and someone that some people think she had a crush on or was in love with, I don't know. But then yesterday, explicitly for this trial, yesterday, she said she testified to the fact that she didn't even realize it was John until Carrie wiped the snow off his face. So thinking how quickly between the time where she saw Carrie take the snow off her face, be told to get blankets, call 911, and her calling 911 and going to the car had to have been seconds, right? So, but in those seconds, she supposedly does grasp that it's her friend, John, who's a cop, and to the 911 officer or 911 dispatcher, she calls a man, number one. Not a cop, not a friend, not anything, just a man. Passed out in the snow. Number two, passed out in the snow, but seconds later says, I think he's dead. So those statements just don't match up. Like, I don't truly have an opinion specifically about why she initially went with the distancing language of a man passed out in the snow to then immediately afterwards saying, I think he's dead, even though she's not checked his pulse. She didn't even know if he was breathing or not. And yes, we all know she knew this beforehand. So yes, I get that. But my point is, it seems like she had a plan when she called 911 and deviated from it immediately, like within seconds. And I can't figure out what derailed her from her script, as a lot of people call it. Because she starts out that call so calm and distanced from it, but then switches within seconds. And it's kind of confusing my brain. So yeah, I don't know. I just love your guys' opinion on that. I know that the 911 call and her saying a man in the snow is talked about a lot, but it's not only just that statement. It's the difference in the statement that she makes immediately upon 911 dispatcher answering, and then to a couple seconds later. So here we go.
I don't see blankets, Carrie.
911, what's your emergency? Hey,
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at
He
34?
passed out. Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yes, I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass. Yes.
911 is on recorded
Hey,
word
did
emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come
Thanks,
to
sweetie.
34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here. Okay.
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
Okay, so right there, I'm going to replay this. Listen to these two statements.
Got to get here.
Okay. For Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
There's a man. Okay, listen to how she says it. Listen to her tone of voice. Okay, she says there's a man passed out in the snow, and then she says this.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
I think he's dead. So you go from passed out to dead within seconds. Did she fuck up her script? What do you guys think? How quickly she did that?
You've got to get here. Okay.
And then this is the first time she even shows some sort of emotion. All of a sudden it's, oh my God, you got to get here. It was like, as soon as she said, I think he's dead, it was like, oh my God, I'm not showing emotion. So now I'm going to freak out and say, oh my God, you got to get here. I don't know. To me, it's like something got fucked up in her brain or something. I don't know how to put it, but I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. So listen to that one more time. From the beginning. Let those couple state first.
Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here. Okay.
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours.
And of course, that's the biggest one. He got out of the car. To me, that was the biggest telling thing she said on that 911 call. He got out of the car. Why would she say that if she didn't see it? We are watching trial number 2, Nefarious, of Karen Reed. We just finished going over trial 1 because I had never seen trial 1 in its entirety. And working on the videos that I want to evaluating some psychological phenomenon, especially in the anti-Karen Reed movement, I decided I wanted to watch where it all began. And then when we were coming up to finishing trial 1, a few people asked if I was going to do trial 2. And at first I was not going to do that. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought it would be beneficial to compare the two, watching them so closely together in full. So right now we're in Jen McCabe's testimony direct on trial 2.
Carrie, if you, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat. And
Katie, what
okay,
trial?
Can you just try to ask it? I know it's tough.
She's asking Katie, sorry, Nefarious. She's asking Katie because Katie said, I'm on a break from a trial, popping in to say hello and give a like. So Nefarious is asking Katie what trial she's watching. We all took her the wrong way. Sorry, sweetie. No, don't be sorry. Moni G and I both read your comment the same way. So it's no worries, honey. I don't know what trial Katie D is watching either, to be honest with you. Hey, Cousin G, what's up? Kazi G, you wanted to join today? I have to, you saw the trials like 7 times. You're probably like, yeah, I know this trial like the back of my hand. What the fuck? Okay, so KDD is watching Athena Strands, Texas versus Tanner Horner. Is that the one with the kids? The kid, that's it. I can't do the kids ones. And these people are doing lawn work outside today already. Okay, Kazi, I will send you one in case you want to join. Hold on, I gotta shut my window. It's so loud. Hold on. Jeez, oh, peace. All right. It's not even like the grass is really growing much because it's still cold here in Michigan, okay? And they're out there acting like it's a midsummer day. All right, here we go. And the Faria says, my husband and I can quote Matt and both Brian's by heart. Wow. So yeah, you've definitely seen it a lot. Mary B says, FYI, I'm lurking because Fiona threw up all over the house. And I got to go prep for my life. Okay, sweetie, thank you for lurking and giving me the view. Because I know you've seen this stuff a zillion times too. And poor Fiona, I'm so sorry. Send her our love. Speaking of Kazi G, how is Brando? And Mary B, is Fiona sick or did she just eat something bad? Because sometimes cats do that. Or is she coughing up fur balls or throwing up fur balls? Because my cat used to do that quite a bit. Hi, Darth Vader. Did I miss? Oh, did I miss your hello? Because the idiots outside made a loud noise. So, hi, Darth Vader. Thanks for being here, sweetie. She's fine. She just eats too fast. Gotcha. Brando's doing awesome. Oh, yay. I'm so glad to hear. Yay. I love kitty cats. I really, really want one, but it is what it is. Ooh, Broken Baker's here. Hi, Baker. He says, when I throw up, people just tell me to stop drinking. Throwing up is the worst. I'm not going to get into graphics because no one likes the throwing up, but you. Hey, Dodo. How are you guys today? Sorry, I fell asleep, Baker. I have to say, I was one of the first people, second person, to make a comment on your live stream last night, waiting for you to go live, and I freaking fell asleep, so I missed it all. But I did catch the replay when I woke up. Baker, I've been there, says Kazi G. Pegging and feet pics are worse. Feet pics are, I don't like feet. I'm with you, Baker. Feet are gross. I even hate like my own feet, okay? But I can't stand wearing socks. So like around my own place, apartment, I never have socks on. But I always, unless I'm wearing sandals, I even used to carry around socks when I wore sandals. Like if I had to take my sandals off to other people's houses, I would carry socks with me so I could put socks on at their house because I'm agreed. I hate feet. These cats be throwing up like it's their job. Yeah. My cat, when I was younger, the one I had, the mean one that bit everyone, he was a little fucker, man. He would cough up and then throw up because he would cough up the hairball, and that coughing up the hairball would make him throw up. So that's why I asked that. It's like all the cat, dude. So all he did was bite and throw up. It's gross. Brando's had a couple hairballs, but no puking. Well, that's good. He loves the brushing. Oh. See, my cat too, the Tiger, the one I had that looked just like your cat. Like I said, he was a little bastard, man. He was mean. He would bite, throw up hairballs, and then puke. You couldn't touch him. You could only pet him on one tiny little spot on his head. If you got too close to his ear, he would bite you. If you tried to touch his back or his stomach, he would bite you. Like, he was just a mean little shit. Yes, that's what happens. Yeah, sorry, sweetie, you got to clean all that yucky stuff up. Hey, Angie. Yeah, but Tiger as well. He looks like a thinner Brando. See, my Tiger looked like a fatter Brando. My cat was like, I'm not kidding. The cat was a little shit. He was so mean, and all he did was eat and puke up hairballs. He would bite you no matter what. He hated people, and he wasn't a stray or rescue. Long story how I got him, but I did get him when he was like 10 weeks old, okay? He was like that from the very beginning. Just a little shit. Yeah, a love biter and a pukey cat. Aw, the kittens made another appearance. They are so cute. I truly wish I could get one. And number one, can't afford it right now. But I would love to get another one day. Sounds like Garfield. That's the one. Hi, James. How are you? Thanks for being here, everyone. Yeah, so it's funny that you say that because I wanted to name him Garfield. And my name was vetoed, even though technically it was supposed to be my cat. And then his name ended up being Tiger, which what could be more balls on the nose than naming that damn cat Tiger? But whatever. I digress. All right, let's get back into this bullshit testimony of Jen McCabe. We are in the midst of listening to the 911 call, which that's probably one of the biggest things I've examined is the 911 call. I have a lot to say about that, but my biggest thing that she says is this.
But we already have the fire.
His body heat, and they're hysterical. I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to heat. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't.
When she asks,
I don't.
Carrie,
I don't
is
know
he
if he's
breathing? She already just told the 911 dispatcher that she thought he was dead, but she doesn't know if he's breathing. Anyways.
There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. I just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? No. It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, can you guys do CPR?
Can you?
No, I guess he's gone.
Do CPR?
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think she's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Oh, right out front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know. Look, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him. This is a scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
You know what, Moni G, it's funny you said that because I have attributed the whispering because if you notice when she whispers what she's saying, I think he's dead. It's almost her subconscious is doing that so she doesn't give away to Carrie and Karen that she already knows he's dead.
they had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know how long he's been in this.
Oh, and that's the part. I didn't rewind it far enough. The point I was making before we started playing her testimony again was when she says, he got out of the car. Why did she even say that unless she saw him get out of the car? Just my opinion.
No.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay.
And then right there, that freaking people outside doing the lawn is so fucking loud, even with my windows closed. Okay, so listen to this again.
Bleeding.
This 911 call is so
And
telling.
I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly.
Is there any bleeding? Did he possibly hit his head? And her first response is yes. How the fuck does she know that? Want to hear that again?
He's been in the snow.
Okay.
Talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly.
Yes. And then she's like, oh, fuck. Possibly. She says yes right away. Yes. And then she's like, oh, fuck. Possibly. But how does she know that? She doesn't know if he's supposedly doesn't know if he's breathing or not. But yet says, I think he's dead. Then screams, is he breathing? Admits in testimony yesterday that, what was I going to say? Shit. I lose my train of thought mid-sentence because everything goes crazy in my head. I have no idea what I was just going to say, but I also saw this. Kazi G said, so right here, if he's on his back, how does she know? How does she know anyway? That's what I was going to say. She admits that she didn't even realize it was John until Carrie wiped the snow off of his face. And within seconds of doing that, she's running to the car for blankets and calling 911. So within seconds of knowing that John is laying in the snow, she already assumes he's dead, but calls him a man passed out in the snow, and 2 seconds later says, I think he's dead, which contradicts each other. Two statements contradicting each other within seconds. Then tells the 911 operator that he got out of the car. Wait, how do you know he got out of the car? And then this. Is he bleeding? Did he hit his head? Yes. Yes, exactly. She answers yes so quickly after he says, did he hit his head? And then she's like, as soon as she says yes that quickly and loudly, she doesn't whisper it. Yes. And then it's like, all of a sudden she's like, oh shit, what'd I just say? Possibly. But exactly, how the fuck does she know? There are so many problems with this 911 call. And like I said, this is probably the one piece of evidence I have went over and over, so I have a lot to say about it. But let's continue. Oh, wait. Rewind this. Watch her eyes as soon as she hears on the 911 call about hitting his head. Her eyes are so telling. Okay, let's watch again.
There seems to be talking. They had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't notice that. And normally I'm pretty good about noticing the facial expressions. Watch that again.
Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be
She's
bleeding
like,
in the
oh my
face.
God, it was so
Okay,
stupid.
bleeding.
That's what I see in that face of hers. She's like, oh my God, I was so stupid. I hope they don't catch that. Watch her eyes as soon as she hears, okay, that's what I saw. That's what we just did. Rewind what? Wait, how far back? Yeah, she takes an immediate deep breath in. Yeah, how would she know it's hours ago? How would she know he got out of the car? I mean, yes, he's on her lawn, but that's not something you're going to like run and say unless you saw it, because you're visually seeing him get out of the car. If you're not visually seeing him actually getting him out of the car, that's not something that will come to the forefront of your mind when you're on the phone with 911. It's this kind of scenario. And the way she's nodding along with the script. Yep. She rolls her eyes like, oh no, it is obvious I am lying. Yeah. It's like, I hope they didn't realize what I just did. That's what I see. Exactly. So one more time.
Hit his head out.
Because it's too good.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out.
Did you see that?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be
And the
bleeding
deep
in
breath.
face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yep.
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right? But we're on the way.
That's what I'm saying, Kazi G, because she knows when it was. That's how she could say that. She knows when he got out of the car because she saw it. Exactly. Yep, she saw him get out of the car, but didn't wonder why he didn't come in the house. Weird. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see.
Sorry. What?
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant
Okay, Nefarious,
already
be
been
careful
around or
driving.
near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Carrie got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Carrie was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like
That's another thing that's part of their script, how all of them want to try and make Karen Reed to be out this crazy person who wasn't fucking going through a really traumatic experience. And the only reason no one else was acting like that is because they already knew he was gone. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Because most people, when they see a loved one in a distress situation like that, they are going to freak out.
Of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie, I think, Carrie's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You've lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset.
Right.
And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed
only said that to embarrass Karen, because she could have easily, if she was a friend and she didn't want to make Karen look horrible or embarrass her, she could have just said that she had blood on her hands and she didn't seem to really grasp where it came from or something like that. But to make this comment on the stand like that, it's just ridiculous.
Started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check.
Again, this it goes to the fact that mentally speaking, psychologically speaking, Karen Reed was going through something so traumatic, she didn't even realize. So her brain was doing all kinds of things. And that's what happens when you go through traumatic experiences like that. It's without me going into the whole psychology behind it or whatever, your brain is trying to protect you in a way from the trauma. And her saying this only confirms how traumatic this was for her. It is amazing what she does and doesn't remember. I said that yesterday when we were going through some of her testimony. I don't remember specifically what it was about, but I was like, how does she remember this and not remember this? It's insane. And yeah, she did, oh, are you about Karen didn't say that, or are you being sarcastic about Jen saying that on the stand? Either way, it's like, what the fuck? If Karen Reed did say that, I wouldn't be surprised, because her brain is trying to comprehend what she's going through and protect her at the same time. See, this is my point, Darvader. She says, and this is exactly where I'm going with that. She says, when my infant nephew passed unexpectedly, first thing I did was cry. Second thing I did was put on lipstick. Why? No idea. And that's the kind of thing that happens when you are going through something so traumatic that your brain is trying to not only process it, but trying to protect you from it. These are the things that happen. Kazi G says, I don't believe Karen said that, but if she did, it's consistent with traumatic experience. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't believe anything that comes out of this woman's mouth. But if she did say that, I wouldn't be surprised. Just like you said, it is definitely consistent with being traumatized.
Check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Yes.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
Yes.
No.
Was this
Yes.
the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry.
I wish they would have counted how many times she said,
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there. I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
Shit.
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain.
Hold on.
I'll strike you. You can ask it to.
Hold on. I got to see something in her facial expression. Give me a second.
Why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain.
No, I didn't go back far enough. Hold on one second.
When she told the first responder I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying? She told the first responder, I hit him.
When she told the first responder I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what?
I'm not going to say anything just yet.
What are you
I gotta
saying?
watch
What are you
more of
talking
this.
about?
Sorry, guys.
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out
Hi,
for her?
Lori.
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational,
James.
kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Matt, after you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they
And
requested...
I cannot express enough that in anywhere else, any other place that this happened, not only would the supposed witnesses go banging or barging in that fucking door to make sure everyone in that house is okay, so would have the cops. They would have wanted to clear the scene, the area, make sure everyone else is okay. They would not send a civilian up to the front door to knock and wake them up. Because anyone else in their right mind would worry that the people inside that fucking house were hurt too.
Did you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house
And
before you went in?
we now
No.
know that's not true. A light comes on before they go up to the front door.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Well, be careful, Nefarious. But thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
Watch, there's no big fucking hill, by the way.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Does he have front problems? Is he correct? Is he correct? Huh?
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And it is at the area where you found John.
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Shelley?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Hey, Melmac.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, Moni G, have a good one.
Is that Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Miss Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
You guys are cracking me up.
Is that Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could.
Do you hear that? She's whispering to herself.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
I'm not exactly sure.
Has anybody noticed that before? Does anyone know what she's whispering?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
Oh my God, I've never noticed that before. Hold on, because I'm trying to see if I can boost my volume anymore. Hold on, I can do it a little bit more. It's almost like she's reminding herself what to say or something. I don't know. I wish I could hear it. Hold on. I hear the pull. The pull something, something, something. So she's going over the pole, the flagpole. I'm so gonna have to see if I can figure out where to boost that from. If anybody can boost that whispering and let me know what she says, please let me know. None of you guys didn't hear that either? You guys never noticed it before? So I'm not the only one, huh? Wow. Yeah, she was whispering. That's what I was thinking, Shelly, is like, is she telling herself what to say, like trying to remind herself what to say? The only word I can make out is pull. Yeah, I can play it again. Hold on.
I'm not
like
not.
I hear there's the pull, and that's all I can understand, or at least I even think. I can't even be 100% sure, but it sounds like she says there's the pull, and then I can't make the rest out. No one's noticed it. You heard he pulled it out. It could be. Sorry, I'm not even 100%. That's what I hear, but it sounds like. Yeah, if anyone microdots would be definitely a good one. See, nefarious, that's what I hear, the pull. But that's all I can make out. Oh, you guys did? You guys heard it with Baker, but you don't remember if you ever figured out what she said? Ooh, Joy, thank you. Get the app volume master for your computer. You might be able to boost it there. I'm going to definitely look into that. If I can get it boosted, I will. I'll play it boosted. If anyone else knows anyone that can boost it for me, please let me know. So a couple of us here pull, like as in the flag pull, and a couple of us here pulled out, or it was pulled. He was pulled out. Can I back it up? I have volume booster app for YouTube. Yeah, of course. Hold on.
Before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not what. I'm not what. I'm not what.
Now that you guys said he was pulled, I kind of hear that too. So I can't tell. Almost like she could have either say there's the pull or he was pulled. But it doesn't even make sense to the. What was the question? Now I forgot the question Spanky asked her. Hold on.
Not exact.
Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Miss Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not what.
Okay, so the question was it before or after them praying in the car? It's almost like she's trying to remind herself what order it goes in. Yeah. Why the fuck is she talking to herself on the stand with a microphone in front of her? Dodo says it sounds like this pull, then that to that. I definitely need an audio booster. Nefarious says he was pulled, he was out of it. I don't know. That's what I think. Yeah, it could. I mean, it is very hard to tell. Joy says, I had it at 600 volume boost. I cannot make out what she's saying. Damn. Thank you for doing that, Joy. I agree with you there, Lori. Lori says she's trying to remember the sequence of events because of the Google. Was it Shivers repeating the question maybe so she forgot or so she doesn't forget what she's supposed to say in her script? And that's exactly where my mind went. It's like maybe she doesn't even realize that she's saying it out loud. Like she's trying to, that's what it seems to me, like she's trying to remind herself what order things are supposed to go in. And if you're speaking, let's just put it this way. If you were speaking the truth, you don't need to remember like that. You don't need to whisper it to yourself first. Sorry. The truth is the truth. Okay? Yes, thank you, Joy. Joy says, chat, if you have a hard time hearing some YouTube, get Volume Booster app. It is free. I'm definitely gonna be doing that. All right, I'm gonna play it just a couple more times in case you want to hear it one more time, and then we're gonna continue.
I'm not exact. I'm not what. I'm not what. I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Hey, Care Bear.
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
We're doing pretty good, Care Bear. How about you?
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes. I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 639, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 639:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lang said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
What
Did you
a
speak to your
bunch of
brother-in-law about what
bullshit.
happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about
you were
Kaylee.
so concerned.
At
You
that point,
already
did you
thought
know whether
he
John was going to live?
dead and refused CPR.
I had a very strong.
Right.
I think
Bullshit.
deep down I knew that John was gone. But there's until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke. Yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert. Oh, Brian Higgins showed up and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed. And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Oh my God,
Throughout
Scott.
when I was still at
Are you
Fairview
okay?
or throughout the day.
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being.
Scott, just so you know, we all want to know if you're okay. Hopefully it wasn't an a-hole cop and gave you a ticket anyway, because we talked about this the other day. Scott has a medical note. He does not have to wear a seatbelt. I wish they allowed those in Michigan. But they don't, at least that I know of. They didn't years ago when my mom would have needed one. Scott, let us know you're okay, sweetie.
Approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Glad you're okay,
Did you
Scott.
return home?
No ticket.
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
Yes, you did.
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Terry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without saying that, without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support
You
and
said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
Rapidly.
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was
Yes,
anybody
me
else?
too, Joy.
Were any of
I
Miss
love
Roberts'
this
family in the
community.
car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
No, you
Were
don't.
they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next
You were
day, can you
trying to
describe
control the narrative
the traffic and the people that were there?
and manipulate Carrie
There was a
Roberts.
house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we
Careful
ended up dropping
driving,
off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Carrie's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation
I
with
have a faint
Mr.
memory.
Lank's wife, were you talking
Hey,
about
Seven. Hey,
what
sweetie.
had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it.
When did you
And
get
so
paid
my
for
sister
today?
was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you
Almost
got
out.
together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She
She's
wanted
really
us to
stumbling
remember
over her words there. Wow.
and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to suspend his commission. There is disregard that.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that? Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I vote?
Yes.
In your piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
This is an exhibit?
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with that sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. We need an exhibit on the application.
Okay, I'll see what's on there.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ooh, just inch across now. All right. Bear with me while I pull up the cross. Alan Jackson. Woo! Look at this.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that
Hey,
morning.
Steven?
Correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too.
Sorry, AJ. I don't mean to interrupt you. But Steven says, Mark safe from having a surgical hernia today. Afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to hear that. Such good news. I'm so happy. Whenever you can avoid surgery, it's always a good day.
Trying to point out it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree to that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her, her perception
You
of
guys,
what happened that morning?
you guys
During
always
the
make me
last year?
laugh.
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say? in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We
We've
weren't
talked
comparing
about
anything.
what we've
You've talked
discussed.
about what you discussed. What
Really?
does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed
He's
what
already
happens
got her
that
on
moment.
the edge.
Right.
and
Oh,
in those moments. So,
AJ,
when I got a phone call,
you're a master.
and that's my story. That's my
That's my
I got a
story.
phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
Really?
As you said,
Like she just says. What does she just say?
I got a phone call, and that's my story.
That's
I got
my
a phone call,
story. Oh,
and
what?
that's my story.
That's
I got
my
a phone call in the
story.
morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
as you said, that's your story,
Not
correct?
my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie
Sounds
Roberts
good,
wasn't there,
Steven.
correct?
Sending you
Correct.
well
So you've
wishes.
discussed that with her,
Correct.
and you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say
Oh,
you and Ms.
Sharon
Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both
All right,
answered the
Aquarius,
phone.
be careful driving,
and
as
that
always.
bonding is
And yes,
the
you are,
glue that
Darth
holds
Vader.
you two together.
You're
Is
allowed.
this case, correct?
I'll
Yes.
allow
So
it.
that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing yesterday.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at
Ding,
one point I
ding,
met with
ding.
Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime.
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had?
Oh, Ginny
With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call. In regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding?
Right. I forgot he brings that up. Because I did say that she seemed like she took a Xanax in this one. When I watched this trial, without any knowledge. I didn't think anything of her demeanor per se. But then watching trial 1 and now watching this right after that, she definitely seems to have mellowed out. Like she took a benzo.
Sister.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Yeah.
Sister.
Did you discuss
changing? Were you guys? I see your comment talking about how pale you are from the winter, and Joy says, "Should I call you Casper?" If you were here, the other day, and I quizzed you guys on what people called me when I went to my honeymoon in Jamaica, because I am so pale. It took longer than I thought it would. But Maylin, if I remember correctly, got it right after several clues, because that's the nickname they gave me down there at the all-inclusive resort. The staff and people down there all called me Casper, because I do not tan. I burn. And then I'm just as pale and white as I was before. It's just a funny story.
Your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Exactly. Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either in direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to
your truck red or glow in the dark?
Cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick.
In this one,
What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you
It's getting warm in here. I got to open my window now. The lunch before I finally finish.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
during any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there
Why do
was
I-
several hours
hold on.
worth of meetings with you and nobody.
Everyone's saying hi to Cheryl, and yet I don't see a comment from Cheryl. So I want to say hi, Cheryl, if you're here. For some reason, I do not see your comment until this one. But everyone says hi to you, and yet I cannot see it. Stupid StreamYard. I wonder how many more comments I'm missing. I hate when stupid StreamYard fucks with this. Or YouTube, whichever. It's probably a combination of the two, but there's always something going on. It's irritating. But hey, Cheryl, by the way, she's just working. Don't work too hard. I know you guys can see your comments because you guys were saying hi to her. I can't. No, I can't see a mod. In StreamYard. Now, if I pull up YouTube, let me see. I'm going to pull up YouTube on my phone because I actually forgot to do that today. So let me go back and see if I can see it on my phone. So I see way back. Let's go back. I see where is her very first comment? This is so weird. Yeah, I see hi guys on my phone, but it's not in StreamYard. So I see hi guys on my phone through YouTube under Joy, where she says, it was so funny. They were as white as my sheet. And there is no, look at, I'm going to take a picture of it and I'm going to post it on my YouTube just so I can show you. I'm not lying. So dumb. All right. And now I'm going to take a picture with my phone. Screenshot. All right. Now that I've done that, just to prove that StreamYard is all fucked up. No, I didn't block my own mod, you silly. I see all of her other comments, just not the one where she says hello. It's not there. See, I see this one. It's just weird. Ooh, you guys are already drinking Heinekens and Bud Lights. Ooh, hope you're having fun. Oh, shut up, Zach. Oh my God. Joy says, I used to have a Heineken shirt that on the back said, grab a Heine. That was a big mistake. I bet. I wonder how many people grabbed your Heine. Got to be a little bit more specific. Tarbator. That's right, Shelly. It did. I took one that I forgot about that. Because I did. I took a screenshot of that one too. I swear to God, StreamYard and YouTube are constantly having these kinds of fucking issues. It's ridiculous. So dumb. Oh my God. Are you serious? Darbator says, that's almost as bad as my friend who has a shirt that says, kiss me, I'm a whore. H-O-R-E. It's actually her last name. The fuck? Change your name. Yeah, I would have changed that immediately upon being old enough to do so. You guys telling jokes. I'm not going to blare those on my screen, but I see them. I like all jokes. I don't take offense to any, but I don't want to offend anyone. So, all right. While we get back into Jen McCabe, I'm seriously going to post this on my YouTube posts, community posts, so people can see it. Maybe YouTube will see it and realize they got issues. When we creators can't see our own comments in StreamYard from people, that is sad. She used to have the French last name Dipate. I'm assuming if it's French, that's kind of how you pronounce it or something like that. And she married a dude with whore as his last name. Oh my God. Me too. I'm sorry, if I'm married to someone, if I married someone with that last name, I'm sorry, I would convince them to take my last name. No way am I taking that last name. No, thank you. Who in the hell would give their child that name? Shelly's back to driving. Be careful. Everyone that's driving, everyone always be careful, please, and thank you. Dentist appointment for the daughter. Me too, Jeannie Lynn. I would have kept my maiden name and said, you can either take my name or you can keep your own name. I'm not taking that kind of name. No, thank you. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh my God, there was a rich old oil guy who lived in Texas. His last name was Hogg. He had twins. He named them Ima and the other Ura. That way they would know what hardship meant. So their names were Ima Hogg and Ura Hogg. Mr. and Mrs. Hort. Gotta get home to all my little whores. Do you know how many jokes could come with that? Oh my God. Seriously. Oh, all right. Just in case. Oh my God. These are hilarious. I met someone, or no, he was in my high school. His name was
Nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
Philip P. Phillips, and he would never tell anyone what his last name was. And it's like, dude, who names their child the same name, first, middle, and last? That's ridiculous. Maylin's going for a nap. See you in a bit. Have a good nap. Terrible. Oh. These are horrible names. Like, oh my God. Craziness. See, those are the people you just automatically feel bad for, that their parents weren't kind enough to just not do that to them in the first place. Oh boy.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
That was a good
Yes,
one,
very
Moni
close.
G.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Oh my
Chris
God.
Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Dude,
Now
okay,
he is,
I
yes.
have to read this because it's so fucking funny. I don't know how you meet these kind of people, Darth Vader, but holy shit. Darth Vader, her last one says, okay, one last thing. I spoke to a woman through work and her name was, and she says, I won't be able to get the special character right because, you know, English keyboard, but her name was my cunt Ishy. My cunt Itchy. That is so mean. Oh, what is wrong with these parents giving these people these kinds of names? Oh my God, Joy. Oh my God, you guys are killing me today. I don't blame you for avoiding that one. I wouldn't have been able to say it without laughing my ass off. Now that's unfortunate. You're telling me. My content sheet. Oh my God. It's too fucking funny. All right, here we go.
And the
Oh, you're good. I
Canton,
love
that's
it.
in
I
Canton.
love when you guys derail me.
I said select board member. Did I mention Canton select board member?
Especially when you make
Okay.
me laugh.
Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the select board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname. Is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Deedee.
I love it. You guys are making me laugh. I love it so much.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Kenton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words liked,
That's okay.
Karen Reed, my client,
We'll get
on the
there.
28th of January
Depends
2022.
on how long
correct?
it takes us.
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 20,
One moment later.
2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris. Yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with
McCabe
Julie.
isn't going to come save you.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
Objection for what?
Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see Councilor Tadbach?
Sure.
See, she's doing
Jackson,
it
go right
already.
ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Interrupts that. Only
Well,
interrupts
last
the
we left
defense
off, we were
attorneys
talking a
when they're
little bit
on a
about
roll.
some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you that. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously knows Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
Oh boy.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Exactly.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin
You know,
Albert?
Not with the police.
I have to say this. Shut up, Jen. Since I started streaming during the day, you guys know, I live in an apartment, and the walls are not extremely soundproof or anything. But the neighbor to my right, where I spend most of the time on the computer, especially when I'm laughing during the stream, when you guys have me rolling, I just truly wonder, because I can hear them when they're just moving shit around. So, but I don't give a shit. My neighbors, I don't know any of my neighbors, and I've lived here for a year now, almost a year. Sweating from laughing so hard, not a good look, but luckily I have nobody to impress. Neither do I, so we're who cares? He was a Star Wars freak. That guy, Mercury, his name was Mercury Constellation Star Cruiser. Like that, yes, I tell her to shut up all the time. I tell Auntie Beb to shut up all the time. During trial 1, it was shut up Lally, because when I start YouTube, even when I go to this playlist, if I don't have it pulled up already, it automatically starts playing the very first video, which in the first trial was Lally talking and opening statements. This one, when I pull it up, the very first video is stupid Canoni. So now it was shut up Lally. Now it's shut up Auntie Beb. And then when I do this, I just say shut up to who's ever on the stand. But when it's AJ, you heard me earlier say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, AJ. You can tell who the people I have disdain for, right? Joy says, it cracks me up. Oh my God, the other day I was listening to GSE and he started playing some Hamas type music. My computer was outside. I was in the kitchen. My neighbor was yelling, Joy, turn it down. Don't knock Star Wars, peeps. Look at my name, Darth Vader says. Moni's asking, James, did you call him Merc or Star Cruiser? I am not your father. Oh boy. Do I want to know what your license plate says?
But Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that,
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes,
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes,
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
yes,
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
they were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview.
And shut up. Oh, sorry. I told AJ to shut up. Sorry, AJ. Sorry to interrupt you. I thought I'm looking at Jen McCabe and telling her to shut up, and she's not even talking. But I appreciate that you like this, Joy and Jeannie. You guys love it. I love it. This is what I want to do. I want to bring some joy and levity and laughing and happiness, even in the midst of talking about something so serious as crime and law and trials and that. So a place that even though there are serious things to be seriously discussed, you can still have some laughs, some smiles, some good times in life, and it's okay. So I love that you guys are here with me. Thank you.
January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were
I have
aware of the
sirens
subject matter
too.
of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with
I
them,
have
the conversation was pretty vague.
sounds.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
It's Jen McCabe. It's Jen McCabe's
They
heart
first
right now.
contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction. Right?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, "Oh no, I'm not the homeowner."
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe,
Mhm.
you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not with troopers with Massachusetts State Police.
I
correct?
bet,
Yes.
Cheryl.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for corporate counsel, page 3 and 4.
Moni G wants to know how many people are here that went to the actual courthouse during one of the trials or both. I know Cheryl did. I know Mary B did at some point too. Yeah. Jeannie Lynn says the fact that she called everyone but never asked about John's death was highly sus to me. It's what she didn't say. Yep. So Cheryl says she went just about daily during trial 2. Joy says, not me. I wanted to, but I live in Texas and have dogs. Yeah, most of us don't live in Massachusetts that are in the chat right now. James Lynch was outside twice. Cheryl can't read the chat right now. I'm assuming she's working or driving. So either way, don't work too hard and be careful driving. Cover both bases.
Starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
We could review those 2 paragraphs.
Till 5. Okay. Well, we'll get you through the next 45 minutes.
When you're finished. May I approach on it?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McCabe.
Yes.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out have these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter a town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to explain.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out had she been contacted, but if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
420.
Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment
Welcome if you
before
got
your
it.
interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents because it's just the truth, right?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you're telling is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Oh my God. Such an
an
obnoxious
argumentative
statement.
question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you. You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions in front of paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those,
What's so
after you gave
fucking
that
funny, Jen McCabe?
follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law
Oh, she's
enforcement
such a bitch.
officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you?
Mhm.
And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, right? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No,
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
it's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask you a
it will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no
No, Auntie
because
Bev, it's
I'm going to
not
be, I was in a situation where there are
so
two
fucking irritating to
officers
listen
from a
to.
different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or
He's
they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to
He's
be
not allowed to narrate.
completely honest. I
It has
hadn't brushed my
nothing to
teeth.
do with what he asked her.
So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
No,
non-responsive.
so next question is.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that
number
only
one,
answers
look at
to
that. Look at her
questions
eyes.
are evidence.
Watch her eyes when that objection gets sustained. She's like, thank God.
Sustained. Jurors, remember.
To you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you
You see that?
before that.
I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before
Oh.
that only answers to questions are
That's,
evidence.
he's like,
Be
oh, thank
mindful of
God.
that.
They were
Next, yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted,
Well, she remembers
Your husband,
4
correct?
several
Yes.
years
you
later,
contacted
but
Carrie
she
Roberts,
only
correct?
remembered
Yes.
2
You contacted
20
Peggy
minutes,
O'Keefe.
30 minutes later.
correct?
Yes.
Right.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out and you're not to go any further, Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to
Why would Matt ask that?
January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were not punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
When they grapple with one another, like faking punches to each other,
I don't know.
almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly
I want
know.
some of those tomatoes.
I saw
now.
them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands first.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really,
Playfully grabbing each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know, it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian.
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mhm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Separate. Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, Were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Remember the script.
Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Ron, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Ms. Will, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. Can I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, like just right there, right where they are, just kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember that you can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Okay. Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? Pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Breakfast Club.
Miss
is a
Reed's vehicle?
classic.
Correct.
One of my all-time
I told him it
favorites.
was straight out front, the window. Oh, the straight out front
Hey,
of the
Baker's
front door.
back.
Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you. Correct.
Correct.
You've seen that report in
Exactly.
other hearings, is that right?
Did he
Yes.
see that?
Your interview with him was
And yes, we do, Moni G. We all have healthy imaginations here.
on January 29th. Do you remember the date?
No.
I'm sorry,
Don't
I just
leave.
said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact
No,
time.
but-
I'm assuming
Have fun.
afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation
Did I lose
surrounding the
everybody?
circumstances of this case.
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper
So I ran
Proctor.
to get something to eat. Now I lost
ultimately
everybody.
interviewed you, correct?
Sorry.
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the
And
kitchen.
then
know.
obviously
You were
spoke
kicked
to him
out for
about
using the
interview
word
before
lewd.
Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well,
I
correct?
don't know what's wrong with
We
that
were just
word.
talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that, Moni G. My hair would have been put up.
Do you remember exactly what you said?
I would have
to
been
Trooper
hot as
Proctor
hell.
about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
Oh, no. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. He was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
here's where I am.
during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
No, not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And
questions like that. And I absolutely told them, but It was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
You're not. Oh my God. I get on my fucking nerves.
Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other?
Yes or no?
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car. They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was in the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
Aw, James, that sucks.
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember
my valid lube?
being at the grand jury?
Yes,
James says my friend gave me a joint. And
yes,
I
the
forgot
one
where I
back
put
in
it. That's what I would
April.
do.
Yes, yes.
I lose everything.
Yeah, sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
Anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
waiting for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes. I'm,
So, in answer to my question,
mhm.
you two were together, you lived with her just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever did. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yes.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there was still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, right?
To the side, in the side yard of 34th Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you say at night is screaming to the top of the lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carol Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes,
shut up, or shut the fuck up, right?
Welcome back,
Yes.
Darius.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct.
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
Exactly.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up.
Exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You are definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, when you get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up,
Joy,
Brian, Nicole. And you
I
don't
think
remember
the
seeing
answer to
or
that's
hearing
gonna
a
be
dog at
never.
all.
sadly.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
Ooh.
No,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching
What
at
was
the door?
the change in her
No.
voice?
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
I object.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs, is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second. Okay. Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thanks so much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to ask you, and I apologize, Mr. King.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, or SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV?
I just gonna put my 2 cents in is that I agree with all of you. My dog growing up would bark at the mail lady every single day. Okay. She would bark at any car that pulled in front of our house or in the driveway. So even people she knew, like the same mail lady, every day would bark. So I agree with all of you that she would have remembered that dog being there. The dog would have barked 100%.
In other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay. May I? Can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left,
yes,
is
straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car,
Yeah, boy,
and went back into the room.
Shut up, Jen. That's what I've heard as well with the shepherd, especially because there's a reason why they're used as police dogs, because it's the type of dog they are. They are used for that reason. They are good guard dogs, attack dogs, all of the above. They're not going to just sit and lay and be quiet, especially when there's one person out front, let alone a horde of people, sirens, lights, bullshit.
I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from the 34th interview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her mother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't
is
ask you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Yes.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction of your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
Oh, bullshit.
You asked for that screenshot
How many lies is this
for your
now?
own personal use,
Like
for your own
500?
personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.
Yeah,
Or 12:23 a.m.
If you
I have to agree with Nefarious on this one. I actually have never heard anyone say that before about Chloe being in the duffel bag. Chloe wouldn't have fit in that duffel bag. Who said that? Was it oh, Darvader. Yeah. I do agree though with Nefarious Darvader that because Chloe was way too big for that duffel bag. I truly think there was other things in that duffel bag. I do agree though too that I said this yesterday when talking with Lacey when she asked me what my opinion was on what happened to John O'Keefe, and I truly think that there was a fight that went too far and Chloe intervened to protect its owner. Nefarious says Chloe bit a neighbor's dog and injured 2 people when they were trying to break the dogs up months later. It's funny because why was I thinking that happened beforehand? So the incident where Chloe sent 2 people to the hospital was after John O'Keefe died. Why was I thinking it was beforehand? Moni G thinks the dog could have been in the duffel bag too. You really think they could have fit that big dog in there? A duffel bag is no different from a hockey bag. I'm over 100 pounds and I can fit into a hockey bag. Well, a hockey bag is different than a duffel bag. A hockey bag can carry a hockey stick. It's bigger. Duffel bags are not. They are probably less than half the size of a hockey bag. I think it was March or April. They did talk about it on the stand. Nicole on the stand speaks about it. I do remember that. I don't remember it being after the fact. So that does change. Because I truly honestly thought that Allie, they took the dog. Or whoever was that found the dog and supposedly drove it all the way to the police station. I'm going to have to go look at that duffel bag. It's on camera, right? They catch the actual duffel bag on camera. So I'm going to go see if I can find out, how big I can approximate it being. Oh, I believe you in a hockey bag. She says, nope, the stick doesn't go in the hockey bag. I've seen hockey bags that the sticks go in. Stick is carried. Well, I've seen my best friend has her husband and 3 sons all play hockey. So I don't know if maybe it's different in some places or some people carry and some people put them in the bag. I don't know. But I am going to do some digging on that duffel bag.
You have it, and that's what it says. Absolutely.
Mayor, take a look at that transcript, that column. Can you read that to yourself and highlight it to yourself to be heard?
Why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to see?
Yes. Mayor.
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson. Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and see if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, we got lots of hockey players here. Hockey town, baby.
That conversation.
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time.
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
My question. I have to get this right.
Okay, sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Which one?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yeah, so something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to the paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see
Me
both
too.
Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in
Yeah.
my peripheral vision.
Shut up, Jen, as I always say. Jeannie Lynn, yeah, Mary B's on too. Go give her a like and a sub if for any reason you are not subbed up. Go enjoy. I told her I would be on replay later today because I am streaming this, but definitely go check her out and then come back when she's done.
On the
Right.
left.
But the
Mhm.
lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here.
Okay.
I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV. So just behind that to the left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that,
Yeah, our reader got mixed up. It was actually no, I can't remember. It wasn't Cheryl. Her daughter had orthodontist last week. Who went to the dentist today? Why can't I remember? Oh, well. Whoever it was, hope and they don't end up with teeth like Jen McCabe.
Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep.
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
And one more question.
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses.
Thank you,
So,
Beth. Blew a
all right, we
fuse.
appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Miss Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him the text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question? before
Okay.
I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times?
I got you, Jeannie. You can
of
do
those 5
both. I got
texts?
you.
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one fell
I do
swoop?
have to say,
As you-
shout out Kazi G too. I just happened to see he is showing, if you guys just want to take a quick view of something completely beautiful, go to Kazi G's page. He's streaming live at the Cape, at the water. It's absolutely beautiful, the scenery. I'm enjoying watching the scenery while listening to this bitch. It kind of helps counteract the rage this woman makes me feel. Yeah. She is getting a little shiny.
Look at this document, so I don't have to go back and forth.
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Did it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just nice.
Okay. Yes.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to enjoy it for a minute.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just one, Your Honor.
Thanks, Star Vader.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrant report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it
Genuine?
in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do
sorry.
you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct. But you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself when you're finished. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this
You
testimony
apologize.
is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I
Certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went out more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was at the flagpole, yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole. And then it was further out.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what that when I went to the door. Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text. Yes.
Sorry, I
And
have to go
then
get some
you
more
testified
pop.
as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the
I've
SUV
never
was gone
seen The
and
Departed.
left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after.
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Cage, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well,
time?
that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
So
Okay.
defensive.
Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to
Who's the
flagpole.
lawyer?
Yes,
Fucking
correct.
Jen
And there's texting
McCabe,
going on. I'm
not
not getting
you.
down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house,
He
or
does that
toward
a
the
lot,
flagpole, or
Barbie.
beyond the flagpole, 4 times.
She does that a lot too.
Correct.
Sir blinks a lot. Dude, we need some more blinks ones.
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question.
She's not answering
Answer
the
your
fucking
question,
question.
Go ahead.
The point.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times through the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right. But it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me. Yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as in someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, the best. Yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No. When I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can we take a look?
Aw,
Can we take a look at
so
that
cute,
photograph
Darvader.
for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that you mark this identification.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to look at it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay.
what's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage
Oh,
door?
I'm sorry, Jeannie Lynn. That stuff happens to me all the time.
Or that one. Sorry.
Like just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather, the
Right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Right. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking at the tire tracks, and you saw the SUV standing, sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire tracks.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I don't ask you outlining yet, we'll get to that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just look at them. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Miss McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you
Oh
if you
my
looked for one.
God.
You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
Correct.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard. You were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle.
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Exactly.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big,
seating?
yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. And you remember saying, I could get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that
if it was in your car during winter?
you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side
Funny,
from the lawn,
into that.
as Miss Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said she was started removing snow from John's face.
Yep.
Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Okay.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking you, that you refresh your good recollection of how you testified last year under oath. Sitting on that witness stand. I'm asking you to make a refresh your recollection, see your transcript from last year.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now.
Oh my God.
I'm asking how you
So
testified a year ago.
argumentative.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can I answer his question?
Okay.
She has the nerve.
Do you remember exactly how
He has the nerve to sit there and say, we're fighting over silly little words, right? But then has the nerve to say and constantly remark that Karen Reed was saying, could I have hit him? Could I have hit him? And then changed it to, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Yet, if he made that argument to her that, oh, could it have been this? Because no. But when it pertains to her and what she said, words are just silly little words.
I do not know.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt out and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
Exactly.
Why don't I see it side by side?
You can't object to that. That's what her
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on it. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Wow.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there? as you drove out.
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Can
Called her Miss.
you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
It was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
Fucking horrible.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I'll never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked you? Not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
I love Alan Jackson. Oh,
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document. See if you can recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase I hit him coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him. Yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
You're watching Kazi on your cell phone. Yeah, it's so beautiful.
To tell these jurors under oath that my client
I
said
think StreamYard's screwing with my
3
comments
times.
again.
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and
Is
to
that
answer
funny?
the question you were asked.
And in point of fact,
Yeah, I was
your
seeing that
entire
too,
grand
Cheryl.
jury testimony, you never
I'm getting a bunch of comments all at the same time again. StreamYard's all wonky again. But yeah, I said that earlier. I said it's like she took a fucking Xanax or a benzo. She's so different. I mean, she's getting to the point where she's getting feisty now. She's got a shiny forehead going on. You can tell she's getting an attitude, but she's still not close to what she was in trial 1. Kazi's on he's at the Cape, so at the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, I thought that was hilarious. AJ saying, go ahead, take your time. Go through 400 pages because it's not there. Yeah, lots of practice too. A Xanax and practicing. And she still ends up whispering to herself on the stand. I still need to go back and see if I can make any of it out. That's so crazy.
said, my client said the words, I hit him. Did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there.
Exactly.
Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34:30 that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you are under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Bullshit.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
If that were
You recounted
true,
what Ms.
you wouldn't have to
Reed
say
said
that.
to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to
Oh, let's go
you
check
that
it
morning
out.
over the phone
Hold on.
was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
Let's take our break for the day. Wait, are you talking about the wait, before we do that, we are still going to take a break, but before I decide what we're going to watch, Jeannie, are you talking about the premiere from yesterday? I watched it live, silly. I was in the chat. Or is there another one? 5 days ago, it says questions about the House defendants. Oh, thanks, Jeannie. I think I did watch it, but let's check it out. Hold on. Where the heck is my mouse? Damn it. There it is. Okay. In case you haven't seen this one's definitely a good watch too.
Damn, servant. How many bangers you got?
Yeah. Out, servant.
Yeah. Took a bullet in the chest and woke up under arrest. You probably wish I'm dead, but I'm here to collect. Every breath a reminder, I will never forget. You tryna take my son, then it's off with your head. Yeah, I'm out for the kill, and I'm out for the bucks. The world knows the deal, that my fiance sucks. Restraining order was silly, tryna play me as a maniac. You would think I'm chilly, the way I want my baby back. It's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been up with it, baby. Time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been up with it, baby. Time to unleash hell. Yeah, just McCarthy sent my ass to jail. A motion to recuse made a Tucker tale. Thought you was slick when you revoked my bail. You just lit the fire, now welcome to hell. Now I got supporters from all across the globe. They know nothing over, I'm about to That not guilty verdict really sets the tone. Next battle up, bring Caden home. It's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill, spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Officer Noonan, you tripping like Justin. Michelle Mitchell, you tripping like Justin. Judge McCarthy, girl, you tripping like Justin. North Andover PD, all y'all tripping like Justin.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a North Andover police officer who was shot.
Oh, good.
Okay, she was shot, and she was shot. She was shot. After all, she was shot. In case I didn't make that clear yet.
All right, let's go back and see. One of the questions, I know I saw it, so hold on. Oh, here it is.
Ms. McCabe, we'd like to speak with you.
Oh, you must be ill-informed. My name is Nicole. Anyway, it was nice to meet you. I'll be on my way now.
party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really, really, really wants her vengeance. Oh shit, now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. We the House Defendants. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to be a House Defendant.
Hey, Jen. What's wrong? An independent entity is...
There's no sound? Oh, it's Jeannie. Okay. Hey, KDD. Welcome back.
There? And your first thought was to call me? Come on, Jen, act like you've done this before.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another fervent Saturday. Today, we're getting our cross-exam on. With your help, and let me explain that because I've seen a few comments on various platforms saying, oh, great job, Fervent. You guys are killing it. Or you guys do really creative stuff. And I appreciate the compliment. But just to clarify, I am one person. This is not a full-fledged team over here. It's just me, and I think the Bob Alessi approach. I just don't sleep, and that's how we accomplish it here. But today, we've put together a list of questions to ask each defendant. I put that poll out last week, so we're going to get into both the House defendants and the cop defendants. I've had to make this a multi-part series, as you can imagine, because I was flooded with questions, which is awesome, and some of these defendants are going to we have more than 5 questions for them. So today we're going to start with Michael Proctor, a man whose life is getting worse by the day. We already know from the criminal trial that he is sexist and misogynistic. And according to recent court documents, we may be adding racist and homophobic to our list of titles. And then we're going to sprinkle in some Brian Albert and other defendants. But before we start, our shout out of the week goes to the Trial Channel's new baby channel, Trial Files. Great name. I'm already in love with this channel. You can listen to both Tully and Fanning's IA interviews, as well as Beverly Cannoni's appearance on a webinar where she basically talks about how ethical and amazing she is. The channel just started a few.
I also, if I have a mod that can get the link and put it in the chat, the Trial Channel, which is always amazing, that I have probably ungraciously not pointed out enough, is where I have streamed the Karen Reed trials from. So most of you guys, if not all of you, already subscribed to the Trial Channel, but just in case someone is watching now or later that has not subscribed, please go check out the Trial Channel. They cut out all the fluff in the trial that you don't need to see, which makes it so much more what's the word? Just better to watch in general. And then they have a new channel called the Trial Files, which is just some condensed stuff regarding trials or all things related to a trial, etc. So thank you again to the Trial Channel. You are awesome.
A few days ago, so make sure to go subscribe. I'm going to drop the link in the description box after we're done. Get on over there and subscribe. Trial Channel puts in a ton of work. As you can imagine, just the length of her videos, what she has to go through, the editing headaches. Anyone who edits videos knows that it never goes as planned. And there's always hiccups, and that's literally her experience making these videos every single day. So we got to appreciate her. Go over, subscribe. You know the motto here. Say it with me. But like, but comment, but subscribe, but hype. And I hear they are really putting an emphasis on a new class in Canton. It is teaching people to scan QR codes with their butts. So we do have a Venmo code at the top corner of the screen if you really want to test your butt ability. I'll see you guys on the other side.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning?
No.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jen McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's. Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
Hey, Mary B.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jen.
We just started our break before we finish up with Jen McCabe's cross. How did your live go, Mary B? Did you see my comment? I stopped in to say hi, but I couldn't listen because, I'm streaming and I didn't want to have two things playing. But I wanted to at least show my support, as I do support you and your channel, as always. So I hope it went well. But we are taking our break watching the fervent video questions to ask the defendants. I posted a comment on this when he made the post asking what would you ask if you could ask them any question. And I said, I only have one question for all of them. How stupid do you think we are? Did you really think that we were so stupid that we would believe all this shit? That's what I wanted to ask. Oh, Mary B says, it went great. I did see you. Thank you for checking in. You're welcome. I'll be watching the entire thing on replay later today. Jeannie Lynn says, hi, Mary B. How's the foot? It might have been boring, but I didn't get nervous, so it's just what I needed to do. Oh, perfect. Good. Yeah, it takes a little bit. I'll be honest. I still have I'm not even on camera, Mary B, and I still have a little nerves when I hit go live. So, but luckily we have the most amazing community, the most amazing people, and they make you feel at ease right away. See, Mary B? Jeannie Lynn says, nope, you were awesome, Mary B. And Darvader's talking about Canadian butts. Says Canadian butts are definitely not that talented. Mine provides minimal warmth, can't twerk, and definitely couldn't dial anyone, no matter how hard I tried. Yes, we have seriously awesome peeps. All right, let's get back into this. We are going to finish up with Fervent, as always. If anyone can drop Fervent's link in the chat for me. We are going to do that and finish up. We have about 20 minutes left of Jen McCabe's cross, and that's going to be it for me today. I have been waiting for Crispy Treats' response for us going live tonight. I have not received one yet, but I'm sure I will. So just stay tuned for our Spill the Tea of the week, if we go live tonight or not. Oh, Katie D says, does YouTube or Streamlabs not allow you to go on camera without a certain subscription, or you just don't want us to see your beauty? Okay, so no, Katie, the reason I'm not on camera yet has nothing to do with StreamYard. It's all me. I actually planned on going on camera by now, but because, especially for my longer these days, because I stream every day. We do this trial every day to get through trial 1 and now trial 2. With the pain that I deal with on a daily basis and the stuff, just some medical issues, I can't sit still. I can't sit or lay or whatever, stand for long periods of time. I constantly have to move and adjust. And I literally will jump from sitting in the chair to sitting on my couch to laying on the floor. And at some points, I literally go lay in my bed. So being on camera allows me to do that without being like, meh. So I'm trying, and I guess this is a good time to bring up, if anyone can help support the channel, I do have PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee. It's on your screen. I also have a Give, Send, Go a friend of mine made for me, because what I really, besides the medical things, my rent has thankfully been taken care of by the people that have graciously donated, and I did get a little help from a family member that I'm not going to go into talking about that today. However, any other support that goes to my channel is going to support me in the growth of this channel and medical bills, which one of those things is a chair that is comfortable and I can adjust and for my streams, because my computer chair that I have now is so extremely uncomfortable. And my couch and the chair that I have in my living room came with the apartment. It was furnished. It would not have been something I picked out, but I take what I can get since I have to choose a furnished place, and they're not that comfortable either. So my biggest thing that I would love for my channel and what's going on next is a chair, a comfortable desk chair. I did put one that I look nice on my Amazon wish list, but I actually forgot that I was going to take it off, only because I saw the Twisted Panties has that exact same chair, just in a different color. But that being said, I did really like the way that chair looked, and it has a back pillow and everything. So anyways, if you can help and support the channel, I truly appreciate it. I appreciate all of you, again, as always, for being here every day and hanging out with me. So thank you, thank you, thank you. But that is, sorry, long spiel about why I'm not on the camera. Yep, I'm making you guys wait. But it will be soon, I promise. Mary B says her foot is much better. I'm sleeping without the boot and start physical therapy next week. Yay! Oh, I bet you it's so much easier to sleep without that boot. For sure. KDD. She says, you can tell me to shut the fuck up. It's not my business. I'm just nosy, but you never have to explain. I don't mind. I'm completely open. So I don't mind. I've actually talked about it before. So it's not, you haven't asked anything I haven't already said. You just haven't heard me say it. So no problem. But you guys can ask me anything you want. I don't mind. I don't really have anything to hide. Yes, thank goodness, Mary B. Makes it so much easier to sleep without that boot. Darvader says, if I went on cam, you would think I was tweaking. Oh, yeah, game changer without that damn boot. Dude, the sun that just started shining in right at the wrong spot. I can see my computer screen. See, this is how I feel sometimes, Darvader. I get you. She says, I move constantly to keep my pain down. If you saw me, you would question things. I do know that feeling. I felt the same way, Cheryl, because I thought Darvader was a guy for some reason for the longest time. Weird. We never know with people's names. Can I still hit on you? Sure, why not? It's all on the internet, so what the hell? Mary B says, my sister came by and filled up the feeder, the bird feeder. Aw, using the step stool my mom gave me, which is a safer way to do shit. Well, that was nice of her to do that. And thankfully, she did it without falling and breaking her leg. I don't mean to laugh at you, Mary B. I'm so glad that you're getting better, though. I'm definitely a taco, not a hot dog. All right, let's finish up Fervent. Here we go.
Jennifer McCabe, whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say.
Actually, I just realized, you guys, I did not realize this was an hour and 29 minutes. I thought it was 29 minutes. With Jen McCabe's testimony that's still left, we're gonna put a pin in this and maybe watch it tomorrow. Because I did watch some of it, not all of it. I really want to watch all of it. So we will enjoy that tomorrow on our break. But as for today, we are going to do one thing and one thing only for our break. And I bet you already know what that is. But here we go. Give me 1 second. Why does my computer not ever want to behave when I ask it to? Please behave. Oh, geez. See, how come it works sometimes and not other times? Jeez, oh, Pete's. Oh, I got a mosquito bite. The fuck? Are you serious right now? I swear. I can't even just play one silly video without my stupid computer not going for finding what I want. There we go. Here we go. Let's have some fun.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lally. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me. Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog.
Yeah, I know,
All I
Cheryl.
do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Don't you hate, think you're better than me? Fuck you, hate. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hate. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hate. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rich about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky.
So good every time. And Rat House Media has gone live. Danny's gone live. So we are just going to finish up the last 20 minutes of Jen McCabe. And then I'm going to go hang out in Danny's chat. So here we go.
Yes.
If you turn to page 192, what did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
No, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you wish.
Okay,
Sure.
And bring that.
On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line
You're
4.
so welcome, Darvader.
Yes,
Thank
that
you
was a
for
comment she
being
made in the
here.
And she said the
All of
phrase,
you,
you
thank
recounted
you.
that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23, in the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows.
Yes.
And you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her tail light.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
Yes. Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries, what I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day.
Change your testimony every
January
time you
29th.
testify.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes?
Yes.
About your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what? You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
You just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular form. You still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Objection.
You recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes.
Oh, yes.
He was taking notes, correct?
There's no sense that being memorialized on the form of the court.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Dear
assuming
Peter. She annoys everybody. I know. I'm
4:08.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with the project?
Yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And you're aware from those places in that report, there's a phrase, I didn't show up. Correct?
Objection.
Assistant.
Yes. I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Assistant.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes,
Okay.
if it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at the specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And go to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Yeah, he was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you've known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, I just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where did you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he's busy.
I don't know what he was doing.
These first responders are definitely police officer cases out of
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got the phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
Request.
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "You're not just tell me what it is on the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard." It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
Get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard, back over to the interview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to get me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he came over to his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So get in his car, drive over to the blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have. Correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, that you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," right?
Correct.
But when you wrote the report, you said, she said, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you have a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, you just read, something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't."
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong? Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Bullshit.
"I hope I didn't hit him," or something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't hit him." Hold up, like, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" Do you hear that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, "Could I have hit him or did I hit him?" Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
You're still here.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm almost done.
About 2 hours
I'm
later.
going to be
Say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the
jumping
morning.
in Rat
After the scene
House.
was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good,
Yeah,
were you not?
as soon as we're done
Yeah.
here.
Sustained.
May we report, Your Honor?
Yes.
While you were at the scene, after Ms. Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Ms. Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time, when he asked about those first phone calls, that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
System.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question.
What he wears on his right.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
I didn't notice.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on the first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Why does she keep apologizing? I didn't realize she apologized this many times in this trial.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls.
I've never
correct?
noticed either.
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
I'm gonna have to look now.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation.
And I agree
But
with
according to
you
your
there.
testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep. Correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
He's distancing yourself for sure.
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home.
I have
You
to
out of
say,
dead sleep, correct?
Miss
Correct.
Reed is
But when
still
you
better
recounted
than the
that conversation or
defendant.
those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that's
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her
Oh my
finish.
God.
every police officer that I
She's
spoke
so
to, I
fucking
tried to answer their
infuriating.
questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I
Yeah.
hit him.
After
I
you
called
have
Officer
people
Lank.
And
influencing
your
you.
memory's getting better, even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever said, she said, the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after this. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to a grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were
Oh
asked
my
that
God.
specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Ms. Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I hate Auntie Bev. Shut
Okay,
up.
jurors,
Let
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr.
Let
Jackson.
You
him
said
do
that she
his
said,
case.
could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right, so folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow's
God.
meeting, we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors.
I thought this was the end of the direct. Is it not? If there's more, we're gonna finish up tomorrow. But let me just check real quick what we got going on. Okay, so I did the direct, now cross. Oh. So this is a cross. Oh my God, we are only halfway through Jen McCabe's cross. Holy moly, I don't remember it being that long. So we have 3 more hours of Jen McCabe's cross tomorrow. So, holy shit, why do I not remember it being that long? Wow, I think I have like trauma amnesia from watching this trial because I don't remember most of this. Holy shit. Yeah, wah wah. Scarlet Day is over. Sorry, sweetie. No, it's okay. I love talking to you guys, Darvader. Put her on speed dial. So with that being said, we have 3 hours left still of Jen McCabe. So we will be going over that when we start tomorrow. And I truly appreciate you guys being here so much. I love you all. I feel like I'm getting a cold. My nose has been getting stuffed up in over the last couple hours. I don't know if I sound different or not, but it's really starting to bug me. I'm hoping it's just the weather or something, and I'm not getting sick. But either way, I will be here about 1 o'clock, 1:30 tomorrow. I hope to see you guys here as well. I will see. Oh, you do hear it? You're welcome, Jeannie Lynn. Like, I can't breathe out of my nose all of a sudden. Like, it's just been getting worse and worse. Now I'm to the point where I literally can't breathe through my nose. But I'm going to go hang out in Rat House Media. I'd love for you guys to follow me if you're not there already on a different device. Those of you that can handle 2 streams at once, I cannot. I can't focus. I don't know how people do it, but you guys are talented. So, thank you again, and stay tuned. If I am going on with Crispy Treat tonight, I will post my live on here, obviously, and in my Discord. So keep an eye on that. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon. I love you guys so much. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.